Раз.
Okay. We hope that you have a good rest tonight and overnight. So, may I please say a couple of words? I will translate the lecture, but no, I'm not professional, so please be kind to me. If I will, hesitate to say something, I in advance comprehend your understanding, okay? Good. I would like to give you an interesting lecture, and it's linked to the history of the protection activities. Since I believe that not all of you are linked to the iron banting activity, I believe that the general lecture would be interesting for everyone. My colleagues who will give you lectures on the further days, we will give you a more detailed lecture on legislation issues, on our environmental protection issues. So the environmental activity is linked mostly to the protection and preservation of the nature. The rational usage and the reproduction of the natural resources. Could you please repeat? And eliminating of the negative effect on the environment, on the nature. And
subsequently the liquidation of the consequences. Talking about the principles of the environmental activity, this is the planning, the regional aspect, the priorities, the linkage between the natural issues with ecological issues, and the complexity of the issues. Respectively, our activity can be subdivided into 3 big blocks. This is the administrative and legislative activity. So actually, it's issuing the laws and the regulation system of the activity. This is the norming system of the activity and of the hazardous impacts. This is the development of maximum permissive concentrations. So also refers to the emissions, solution maybe, yeah. And also this is the creation of the system to observe, for the observance of the norms. The economical part, the second part, is very important. This is the fundraising this is the fundraising issues and questions to solve to provide the environmental activity. And the linkage of the issues mentioned above to the social and economical activity. In the given period, it is can very clearly seen at the moment. So this is also the development of the stimulation methods for environmental activity. So the third block is the productive and engineering part. So this is, could you please repeat once again? Development and bringing to life in the production sphere and economical sphere. Building on the new enterprises and development of the existing enterprises and plants, and respectively, conducting of technology and other activities. I'm sorry, to protect the nature. On the given slide, I have subdivided the historical aspects into the 3 big stages. Respectively, the first stage, this is before the 1917, before the Great October Socialist Revolution. The Soviet era, and nowadays, starting from the end of the Soviet Union till, you know, the present. When we were investigating the historical documents, the first written documents referred to the 10th century. They contain the evidences on the environmental activities. So this is the Prince Yaroslav the Wise. So this is actually the 10th century. This is the so-called Russian truth document. We can see the first signs that the protective measures were already important by the time. So this is about the protection of beavers and bees. And here it was stated the punishment for bringing harm to these creatures. So at the first stages of environmental activity in Russia, the activity was actually concerned the living creatures, the animals, the nature. Respectively, around the 15th century, it appears the first reservation areas, like the one so-called Seven Lakes region. So this is by the White Sea, in Belarus, in fact. This is a very, very famous place where, just an historical point, there the papers of the USSR, Union of Soviet Socialist Republic, in fact, collapsed after signing the documents at Belovezhskaya Pusha. In the 15th century, we can mention the documents that protect the forest areas when actually it's an area when, the forests were cut, right? And for the protection of the borders of the state, there were taken special measures, to keep this area under attention. This is a kind of the prototype of defending the forests nowadays. The next stage is a period it's the period after the reign of Peter the Great, Peter the First. This is actually 18th century. He impacted greatly into their environmental activity. So he issued lots of laws. Peter the Great impacted greatly, as you maybe know, to the creation of the Russian fleet. That is why he organized the protection of the forests with the trees, which were dedicated to the building of, ships, in fact. He created the system of control. Which was the colleague of, how to say, we call it Admiralteство, but, this is a, state organization which is linked to the fleet, to the national fleet. Waldmeister, I suppose, right? Exactly. So Waldmeister, it's quite easy to translate because Wald is actually forest or wood, right? Meister, this is the master, right? So he created a special organization inside the Admiralty, right? To protect the forests, because these forests were needed to build ships. And the first guiders, the first, guys, from the forest, they were obliged to supervise the areas, the forests they had to protect. There were established very strict penalties and punishments for violation of these laws. If we are talking about the economical affairs, about the economical methods, there were established special rules for usage the wood. It was prohibited. It was prohibited to to make holes in a huge logs, right? It was prohibited. with the axe, by means of axe. So that means his fundamental approach towards the environmental activity by the time to preserve the rivers used for the logistic purposes. It was established the water protecting areas, water protective zones. So Versta, we are talking about Versta. Versta, it's approximately 1 kilometer. So for the approximately, nearly exactly. So they were established special protection areas, 50 kilometers for the wide rivers, for the big rivers, for the wide rivers, and 20 kilometers. It was a protective zone for the smaller rivers. Next, the next stage in the protection of forests and woods, the governors were obliged to settle woods. Okay, the woods were obliged to be structurized and subdivided into several areas depending on what was required from these woods, right? One area could be cut, another area were prohibited to be cut. In future, it was prohibited to use these lands for the agriculture. So Peter the Great also issued laws for the water. Yes, he had issued special measures to protect the purity of water resources. And he input the preliminary expertise of the project. I'll try my best. The projects are to be properly done. The law, it's very, right. It doesn't matter. So half of us doesn't understand Russian at all. I believe this is just for those who speak. For not to harm the motherland. And the funds are not be spent in vain. But even though someone will make the projects in improper way, that one has to be resigned and be beaten by these are actually executive sticks. Please don't ask me about the details, but I believe it will be very severe and very hard. In fact, you know that Peter the Great was he was a very developed person. He developed all the sciences. He had a very progressive role in the Russian history from that point of view. And the environmental activity at his reign had obtained a very good impact to be developed. So since we are in the scientific organization, the Academy of Science was firstly organized and founded by Peter the Great. So actually at his time and at his reign, the nature and the environmental activity was studied to investigated and researched in Russia. The founder of the Moscow State University, Mikhail Lomonosov, is not also be excluded from the list, right? Unfortunately, after Peter the Great, a collapse in that activity has happened. And basically, the okay, and basically all the laws issued in the second half of the 18th law concerned mostly the hunting, the fishing, and the linked things. And gradually we are coming into the production area, the start of production era. And it happens the opposite. So Ekaterina the Great, who actually consequent, she was later than Peter the Great, significantly. So her laws, in fact, что она там делала? She cancelled the laws issued by Peter the Great. So the ships were built. In fact, our fleet needed more and more wood. That is why the prohibition was not that strict, and they had to stimulate the production of ships, and that is why all the limitation factors were just minimized as much as possible. Uh-huh. 67 million of hectares of woods were just destroyed by that time. And exactly by that time, after cutting the forests, those lands were used for agricultural purposes, which brought to erosion process, and rivers. So, обмеление, я не знаю этого термина. The level in waters dropped significantly. So when the lands by the river are used for agricultural purposes, that leads to erosion, and the water level in the rivers drops significantly. Это какой год, какой век мы обсуждаем? 19. In 1819, it was prohibited to cut the forest. So, okay, this is a process when the woods are cut, totally, without distinguishing the areas. And the woods were separated into the different, how to say, protective categories. But unfortunately, lost a lot of say workers approached that very, very formally, and degradation of woods continued. Next period is, I believe, the 1920 year of the 19th century. We're talking about 19th century. So, okay. So production develops very quickly by that time. The Imperial Geography Society appeared by that time. And the commission, the permanent commission that dealt with environmental issues, was created. And the big cities, there were societies for the environmental protection. Respectively, the society itself created, some institutions for the environmental protection activities. So we came to the period after the socialist revolution, 20th century, in fact. So the first land decree appeared by that time. This is mostly concerns the economical relations and the landlading, in fact, but also the conditions for the land protections were created. Also, mining degrees were established. Also, the decree on protection of natural heritage, I would say. This is a prototype. This is a prototype towards our careful attention to the careful attitude towards nature protection at the moment. Unfortunately, after the 1919, the state control for the usage of nature for a long period lost its professional attitude. Since all the kinds of control were done by the single control organization. So let's say workers and peasants inspection, which was, guided by Stalin. So just a moment, I will have to advise shortly. The Great October Socialist Revolutions claimed that this is the state of workers and peasants. That is why, especially in the early Soviet era, we can spot lots of terms linked to, workers and peasants. So of course, the commission was called Workers and Peasants Inspection, because it was supposed that workers and peasants have power in the country and they rule everything. But it was guided by Stalin. Never mind, led by Stalin. Unfortunately, the regulation, the ecological regulation of that period backstaged. So maybe by this reason, the civil initiatives from the bottom of the society started to appear. And 1924, being supported by the government, the first organization in the Soviet Union, the ecological movement, All Russian Society for Nature Protection, which has still been working nowadays, till that very present moment. Our dear lecturer, Ludmila, is an expert of this society. Next period, it's most probably 50s and 60s. A law on nature protection was established. The ecological movement also appeared in 60s, which was backstaged by some reasons. And so this law was established in 1956. And it's interesting that Russia was found to be the first country to issue such a law in the world. Because the United States issued the same law 10 years later. However, now the environmental activity in the United States is much more developed. And in Europe also. It's on the very high level. We all know that. But this is the fact that Russia was the first. starting the 70s, the legislation on natural resources started to be established and issued. This is the basements for water legislation, mining legislation, forest legislation. And in 1977, when the new Soviet constitution was issued, the nature protection obtained a constitutional status. At the same time, the availability of this information, this information was available for a limited amount of people. So the population opinion was not taken into consideration. So basically, as I've got it correctly, the opinion of the experts on the field of ecology was not taken into consideration in regards of issuing these or that laws. In 1972, the Stockholm Convention, the first official event in the field, has taken place. The next period in 80s, the old union, the two Soviet old union laws were issued. The first one, for the preservation and protection of the fauna, in fact, and protection of the atmosphere care. And most probably in 80s and the beginning of 80s, the active phase of ecological movement is established. As we know, in 1988, the incident at Chernobyl power station happened. So we also had catastrophic events into Aral Lake and another lake you mentioned, and Ladoga Lake. Also, there were two bad ecological events, catastrophic events, I would say, which was, a kind of a push to the development of the ecological movement. In 1988, there was issued a law. There was issued a law on protection, of the radical reconstruction of the attitude towards the nature protection in the country. Maybe this is the stage. The state regulation on the formation of the, I believe, legislation. So a structure that was actually controlling this, subsequently the ministries. It was a kind of an organization that provided control over the ministries. It was a kind of a state committee of nature. So lately, consequently, it will be the Ministry of Natural Resources. The scientific center, All Union Scientific Center, was created. A system of ecology expertise was created. For the first time, the fees for the emissions had been established by that time. starting 1989. It was prohibited. Что было запрещено? Financial, funding of the projects which do not have positive mark from the ecological expertise. Next period, this is the 1991, and the Soviet Union collapsed. Next slide, I try to figure out the evolution of the state organization, state institutions. What we can see here, respectively, this is the period of the 1991, the collapse of the Soviet Union. Next. Next, we have lots of state institutions that are dealing with the nature protection on different levels. So they're united in the ministry. This is 18 means a ministry. So all the activities were united in under the roof of one ministry. If you are interested, I can advise you what are the names of these organizations. So it's linked to water resources, wood and forest resources, and so on and so forth. Monitoring of the nature. Then we see the period when these organizations from one ministry is subdivided into the different institutions. Next period is after the, it's the 2000, the year 2000, right? When when some organizations to protect the nature are also united into the one ministry. 2004, the same activity, nearly the same picture. We had an administrative reform by the time in our state. When, the German sample of control for the environmental activity was duplicated actually in Russia. Not only in ecology, but in all other areas of control. So the principle was that there are ministries and there are agencies and departments which obey the ministry. So ministries issued laws and perform regulatory roles and control roles. But services and agencies, in practice, they control, they made expertise. In fact, they dealt with nature protection in practical terms. So the regulatory function was subdivided into two levels: legislation and practice. Next period, this is the year of 2000. Centralization also happened. Some subunits united. And now, this is the most centralized system of control. Next slide demonstrates all the services included in the system. These are all the institutions that concern the environmental activity in Russian Federation. The government of the Russian Federation, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment of the Russian Federation. So we have 5 services that obey the ministry. So Federal Service for Consumer Rights Protection, this is actually concerns mostly the human rights. This agency is for the landing and for the landlading protection. This is a separate agency for fishery. Ministry of Agriculture of the Russian Federation. This is another structure which obeys directly the government of the Russian Federation. Respectively, this is also a mistake. This institution is here. It belongs to the Federal Agency for Fishery. Yes, this is a technical error. Please have a look at it. This agency is also important. Why? Because it provides control in the sphere of nuclear and radiation activity. So the Rosatom Corporation actually obeys this federal service. What has actually happened from the 1991 to the present time? We had formed the Sub-Laws Acts. So Act is a kind of a legislation document which is actually not a law, right? But it's so the law establishes the main principles, and the minor principles are actually that follow that law. They are issued in the act, and we have lots of acts at the moment. It created a problem. As for the business, and at the same time for the state, which controls the business. A bit later, we will talk about what measures were taken by the state. Now I would like to tell about more, say, concrete reform. It's about the waste management. So we have issued a new law in 2014 linked to the waste management. So actually we distinguished usual waste and a special company was created. Russian Ecology Society was created. Also, a bit later. So, a special agency regulation acts on the first and second class of hazardous waste was established, and in 2019. So the organization, well, let me translate it correctly. Federal Environment Operator was created. This is the Federal State Unitary Enterprise. What functions Federal Environment Operator have? This is control. A special federal information system was developed where all the participants that deal with waste management are to be registered. So we have a very good principle, one window principle. What does it mean? You have a single institution you have to address to on all the issues, on all the activity linked to the environment. activity. Why it is so important? Because waste management, it was in the gray zone. It means that business hide the waste in the forests, in the hollow rooms, and try to avoid all the measures that needed to be taken to protect the environment. This system is led to make this gray zone white, to make it transparent. For the business, it will be very transparent how to deal, how to manage the waste. And the main reason is the nature protection. Because now we are building, we are constructing the plants to operate, to manage the waste, to recycle the waste. So first, we created the basics, we created the fundamental principles, and at the moment we start to build plants. What is most important? So the tariffs are established by the state.
Это похожая система, как раз и коммунальная отходы. А для населения муниципальное.
Municipal, okay. So this is a very, very similar system to the municipal waste treatment.
Наглядно показала те проекты, которые мы реализуем.
Just include some of the projects we are realizing at the moment.
Федеральный оператор является участником национального проекта «Экология».
Federal operator participates in the program Federal Ecology, National Project Ecology.
Соответственно, вот эти четыре
Practically, these four objects
мы строим за деньги, которые выделяет государство.
we build on the money that are issued by the state. Those three objects, we use the commercial fundraising for them. So the principle looks like that: 1 ruble from the state, 2 rubles from the business. So this is the maximum capacity of the production, is 350 tons per year. So also you can see the number of positions, the number of hazardous industrial waste types to be managed to be processed in the agricultural parks. The second direction is it's also a national project. At the moment, we deal with the liquidation of the most difficult objects. This project. This is, the industrial waste landfill Krasny Bor that we are going to visit next week. Let's keep our fingers crossed, we'll do it. We will see. So actually, Ludmila protected her PhD thesis on that very object. So her dissertation work was dedicated to this very landfill. So she, in fact, developed the system of estimation of the hazardous impact of this very object on the nature. The second subject is named third, but this is in Siberia. It was the biggest enterprise of the chemical industry in the region. It was very, very badly wasted and polluted. So in fact, this is a very, very famous, unfortunately, very famous object. So this is a plant to produce paper. It's a pulp and paper mill located near the Baikal Lake. And the accumulated waste, which is in there, they represent a big danger to the Lake Baikal, to the unique Lake Baikal. So we have developed a project which concerns direct, which is created for the liquidation of the consequences of the pollution. My colleague will describe in detail today the details of the project. 20 million of tons of waste are accumulated in these. 7 million people who live in the area, nearby these hazardous objects. They will improve their life, in fact. So this is the total area to be improved and cleaned, in fact. The number is 2,180 hectares. As I promised, I would like to step back to the structure. 2010. So it was established that the demands, the regulations towards business are so numerous. There are so many regulatory acts. In fact, it was very, very difficult to control them, impossible to control them. So a regulatory guillotine. This is the name. This is the name for this system, for the regulation reform. 41 ministry and agency has taken part in that reform. 40 working groups were created. In these structures, there were representatives of business in each of these agency and group. A special government commission on administrative regulation was created. And after the analysis and quite fast work, so it had taken only 1 year, we can see the results. 3,003 acts were taken. And some took much less, you know, for 147. So there was government regulations, department acts, right? So you can see in the white, you can see what existed, and in green, what actually had to be reformed. Right. Why do I describe you about that? Because it's very, very important how the regulatory, how the control develops in the country. This is what we would like to share with you. Describe you that. To find the points and the interactions where you could take this experience, and bring it to the benefit of your countries. I hope that you have seen the dynamics, and I believe it was interesting for you. If you have questions, please ask. May I translate? So the question is that He represents the country or countries that deals with the waste. And the waste is transferred from Kazakhstan to Russia to be processed, I believe. We would like to make sure that the enterprises in Russia have right to recycle the waste, to treat the waste. So she's talking about plastic, and she asks if there is a permissive acts, permissive documentation that gives to enterprise at home to deal with the waste, the plastic waste. Your question is clear. There are very, very slim details, thin details. If we are talking about municipal waste, we have a law. This is a secondary resource. This is a secondary resource. So plastic can be considered as a resource. And proper treatment of the waste. No. We just have plastic. So we distinguish the waste. So just what they collect. Then we transfer it to Russian Does it require Russia to be special permits to be special? This is to be licensed. Yes, we have licensing on all kinds of the waste. We have regulatory documents. Mining, transportation, for example. So everything but it's how so there are laws regulatory acts. Yes, exactly.
Government regulations are treatment.
To see the experience in Kazakhstan, they deal with the waste. Also many enterprises recycling the plastic.
На самом деле непосредственно заводы занимаются разработкой концепции в рамках стран
Really working on the conception on the cooperation with the countries.
По обращению с опасными отходами и ликвидации наркотического ущерба. Следующим этапом мы как раз хотим подходить с этой же идеей стран БРИКС.
The idea is to bring this conception to the BRICS countries. What is the idea? Each country has to make a kind of an internal audit and to find the areas of problem, the problematic areas, and to find how we can we be useful for each other, what we can do in terms of share our experience. Fundraising is very important point in this picture. So ecology, the fundraising for it's a big problem, and one of the main problems is to find money actually for the project. This is their care, this is an additional work for the business, so they don't like to deal with that. But right after that, we started our work with Ussolye. in our country we have issued a law
которая обязывает предприять
which obliges the enterprises to gain funds
для последующей рекрутации и культивации после того, как они
for the
заканчивают
subsequent cultivation and treatment of the waste.
Сейчас подзаконные акты как раз разрабатывают.
So the acts, the determination acts are developed at the moment.
Идет оценка экономического способа, каким образом наказывать. Потому что предприятие может работать в школе.
So enterprise might work for 100 good years, and it should have regulatory acts which regulate the activity in terms of treatment of waste and nature protection.
Поэтому, скорее всего, это, наверное, метод страхования, что-то.
Maybe this is insurance methods.
И я думаю, что этот опыт тоже будет полезен.
This experience most probably will also be very useful.
Я общалась с коллегами в разных странах.
So I had discussions with people in different countries.
Эта проблема не решена нигде.
So this problem is not solved anywhere.
Я думаю, что в других странах ситуация такая же.
Maybe I'm mistaken, but I think that in other countries the situation is more or less the same.
Ну, на этом, поскольку на следующей лекции я завершаю свою лекцию.
So the next lecture is also waiting, so I'm finishing.
У коллег есть мои контакты.
We have Mila's contacts.
Если у кого-то будут вопросы, пожалуйста, звоните, я готова ответить. У нас можно пообщаться.
So if you have questions, please feel free to ask me and I will answer, but we will also have a technical tour next week. Where all will meet and we will see in practice how that works. Maybe I will, if I have free time, so I will appear on the school, and if you have questions, you can ask them there. Thank you.
ኢትዮጵያ የሆነ ግን እንደዚህ መማር እንደዚህ አይነት መማር ይከብዳል እንዴ በጣም እንትን ነው face to face with clear initiative not like really you know language that's why there is a lot of feeling ከፈለከው ነገር ብዙ ብቻን ቁጭ ብለህ እንደገና እንትኖቹን ኮኔክት ማለት በቂ ሊሆን አይችልም። በእኛ ሀገር ኮንቴክስት አዝዩ ነው በቃ ያስተምሩን ካሉ ሌክቸር የሚያደርግ ሰው ካሉ language I think it would be like this school feeding. Yeah, በደንብ በደንብ አንደኛ የገባት ሲሽሎ ብዙ ሚኒስትር ውስጥ ገብተን ኢንቫይሮንመንታል ሚኒስተር ምናምን that's possible. That is possible.
Hello? So, dear colleagues, we continue, and it is my pleasure to introduce Anna Хребтугова. She is a PhD student at the Department of Chemistry, and she is working on the marine cycles of organic carbon. And today she will deliver you a lecture. The title is on the display, and Anna, the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Anna, and today I would like to present you the work Natural Organic Matter of Arctic Seas as an ecosystem marker of a permafrost degradation. To be honest, this work is the part of my PhD thesis that is supervised by Professor Permanova. We'll start. Today, in the lecture, we start with the main characteristics of the Arctic shelf. We will talk about salt organic matter as a marker for monitoring of permafrost degradation. We will focus on the aspects of expedition of Arctic. So, and we end with the molecular interpretation of the Arctic DNA composition. Okay, so the main characteristics of the Arctic shelf. Arctic shelf is the largest continental shelf of the Arctic Ocean, which Pars Sea in the western part, the Arctic and the East Sacred Sea and the part of Churchill Sea in the eastern part of the shelf. Another important thing of the shelf is the influence of mighty rivers such as Ob, Yenisei, Lena, and Kolyma rivers, which warm the shelf, which influence its stratification. Also, the important thing is the shelf is the shallowest one, and global warming influence total warming of the shelf and degradation of permafrost. And the shelf are characterized by terrestrial one and subsea one, which have almost the same contain of carbon, which can degrade and went to the ocean and to the seas. So Arctic experienced the much larger warming compared to the whole world, and permafrost can start to thaw, and relict organic can go to the ocean and change the molecular composition of the oceans. So the permafrost is defined as I think that here we can have the definition. Permafrost is defined as the soil that includes ice and conservative deposits of organic matter that remains frozen at a temperature of 0 degrees or lower for at least 2 consecutive years. And permafrost can be divided into the zones: continuous one, discontinuous, and sporadic permafrost. The continuous zone of permafrost occupies almost 100% of the territory. The discontinuous permafrost from 50 to 90%, and the sporadic permafrost on less than 50%. And the fourth zone is the zone without influence of the permafrost. When the permafrost starts to degrade, the really organic can be released into the rivers and finally go to the Arctic seas and the Arctic Ocean. Rivers are critical link between the permafrost, between the released organic and Arctic seas. Well, we urgently need in a molecular fingerprint that could be established, that could establish a molecular composition of Arctic seas nowadays, and that could be used as a molecular point, as a molecular reference for the upcoming years, because the permafrost degradation is really frustrating, and we should have the one to be used. Okay. Okay. Another thing is the emission of the methane, and I have prepared one video from the expedition about emission of methane in the East Siberian Arctic seas. Here it is. The reason of the methane emission is now vague. There are two hypotheses of this phenomenon. The first is gas hydrates that were formed in a thermogenic way and can be released by the degradation of subsea permafrost into the sea and finally to the atmosphere. And another thing is bacteria activity due to permafrost degradation. The activity of bacteria accelerate the processes of decomposition of permafrost and methane release. So nowadays, we do not have a certain answer to the question of the methane emission, and molecular composition of dissolved organic matter may be the answer to the question. So, summarizing the influence of the degradation of permafrost. The consequences are really frustrating. It is the formation of landslides, talix, thermokarst, and lakes, emission of greenhouse gases, destruction of infrastructure, changes in biogenesis, and the other thing. So the most important thing is the release of released organic carbon. But nowadays, we do not have a universal marker to investigate these processes, because the modern processes, if we do not have the biological or chemical marker to explore this phenomenon. So it might be the marker could be the molecular composition of dissolved organic matter, because it is a critical link between lakes, rivers, Arctic Ocean, and the permafrost. But there are several really comprehensive things concerning molecular composition of dissolved organic matter. It represents a complex structure and heterogeneity that should be explored. And another thing is really low concentrations of dissolved organic matter in the seas. And the third reason is the high salinity of the seas and oceans. So altogether, these problems influence our investigation, but still the molecular composition of dissolved organic matter reflects the processes that occurred in the environment, in a watershed, for example, or in the permafrost. So there is a chance to investigate the processes and to know how climate works. So the objective of our study is comprehensive isolation and interpretation of the molecular and structural group composition of DOM in the Eastern Arctic under condition of global climate change and permafrost degradation. So we start with the International Siberian Shelf Study. So I was a participant of the expedition concerning the Siberian Shelf Study in the group of Natural Chemical System Laboratory. Together with my colleagues, we sample water and dissolved organic matter to establish the molecular study in the lab here in Lomonosov Moscow State University. And the whole expedition occurred in academic Mstislav Keldysh. So it is we have 3 really brilliant coordinators. 2 of them are our lectures at school, this school. Irina Permanova presented her work yesterday, and Professor Igor Semiletov will be the next speaker after me. And the third head of the expedition was Professor Orion Gustafsson, who coordinates our work on the ship, and Irina coordinates our work from the shore. It was really good and brilliant cooperation. So the research regions and the sampling map. We started from Arkhangelsk, and the whole route was included 3 regions: Kara Sea, Laptev Sea, and the Siberian Sea, which are influenced by the Ob River, Lena, and Kolyma River. Ob River is slightly impacted by permafrost. Lena River has the medium influence, and Gerpi River has a strong influence of the permafrost. So we sampled water and tried to isolate the dissolved organic matter to explore the molecular composition of it. So the results of the expedition were the samples of water to explore optical characteristics of DOM and the content of dissolved organic matter. Also, we have solid phase extraction cartridges to have the DOM sample to explore molecular characteristics. And the third type of our samples was the sediments. Water sampling was performed using the system of Niskin bottles that allows to investigate the horizontal structure of the sea from the surface layer to the bottom through the medium layers. And the system of Niskin bottle has the CTD sensor for conductivity, temperature, and density monitoring. Here's the photo of the sampling and during the expedition. The first thing is the filtration of water. In the water, we have dissolved organic matter and particulate organic matter. So we should divide them during filtration through the filters with the pore size 0.7 micrometers. And here is the picture of particulate organic matter. So the water that went through the filters is dissolved, represent dissolved organic matter. Here is on the slide the common stages of the solid phase extraction that we have to obtain dissolved organic matter. So we, after preconditioning of the cartridges, there is a discharge of marine water sample after filtration. After that, there is a dry of the sorbents and isolation of the dissolved organic matter in the lab conditions. After that, we have only dissolved organic matter without any salts and any marine water, only the system that could be explored. So, to investigate the permafrost influence, we're sampling in the 3 regions to isolate the ground quantities of DOM. For that purpose, we sampled from 50 to from 5 to 700 liters of water. Because it has a low concentration of DOM, we should have really huge amounts of water. After that, the water was filtrated and run off through the cartridges, discharged through the cartridges to obtain gram quantities for the analytical investigation of the molecular composition. And to use this points as the reference point for the coming years, as I told you at the beginning of the lecture. So the complex thing is molecular composition of DOM, and as Professor Permanova told you yesterday, the molecular composition of humic substances or dissolved organic matter has 100,000 peaks in one mass spectra. And for every peak on a diagram, the molecular formula can be assigned by solving the equation. And after that, the whole heterogeneity of molecular formulas can be plotted to the Van Crevelen diagram in the coordinates of H to C and O to C ratio. Here we can understand the nature of our samples. Is it more oxidized or more reduced? Or after acquiring the diagram, it could be bind into 20 squares, and these squares are divided to 7 biomolecules for 7 classes to interpret this heterogeneity. So to understand what is our substance. Here on the slide, we have 3 mass spectra, 3 typical mass spectra of the Caris C with low influence of the permafrost, Laptev C, and East Siberian Sea with the highest influence of the permafrost degradation. After acquiring this mass spectra, the molecular formula were assigned. Here, there is a pairwise comparison of the DOM from the Arctic seas. So the Caris C DOM is rich in hydrolyzable tannins. It's more oxidized and more aromatic compared to the ones from the region with the highest effect of permafrost degradation. So in the region of permafrost degradation, we have more aromatic, more reduced structures. And the thing is that there is an eastward trend from the Kara Sea through the Laptev Sea to the East Siberian Sea, finally, in the molecular composition of dissolved organic matter. So from more oxidized and aromatic to more reduced and aliphatic. To prove this point, we decided to analyze the optical characteristics of the same fractions of dissolved organic matter. And we implemented the UV vis spectrometry and fluorescence spectroscopy for the samples. And here is the typical spectra of marine water from the expedition. And the thing is that we could calculate different descriptions, ratios from this spectra to analyze it back. The same things with the fluorescence spectroscopy, which included excitation, so absorption of the light and emission of the light. One important descriptor is the asymmetry of spectra, the ratio between the blue region, the integral of blue region, and the integral of the red one. We have calculated the mentioned descriptors for the Kara, Laptev, and East Siberian Sea samples. And there was a blue shift of the samples for the samples from the East Siberian Arctic Sea shelves. And the red shift for the Kara Sea, which means that the Kara Sea has more conjugated structures compared to the more reduced structures of the regions influenced by the permafrost. So finally, it proved our hypothesis that we have on the molecular investigations, molecular study, optical study proved the hypothesis. And the conclusion of the comparison, the dissolved organic matter in the Kara Sea was more oxidized, while in the Laptev and East Siberian Sea, it was progressively more reduced. This suggests that the significant release of aliphatic dissolved organic matter from thawing permafrost is a major factor influencing the reduced character of DOM in the Eastern Arctic. Thank you very much. And I also questions if you have them. Oh, yeah, one question. Yeah, I think you're totally right, as I understand you. And we have only the marine expedition, but it would be much better if we have the sample of the permafrost to have the molecular structure of the initial permafrost, not the a little bit transformed one within the aquatic system. But the conditions were marine-like, and we have the marine impact. So we study the marine impact of permafrost, but it's really good to have the initial sample of permafrost. Okay, I think that I can represent the next speaker. Great. I don't know. I think so. Okay.
Dear colleagues, dear Irina, dear colleagues, I'm happy to share with you our current understanding of the climatic role of permafrost degradation. So, and I will talk about ecological effects and climate effects, biochemical consequences of permafrost degradation onshore and offshore. And again, I'm happy to present selected results obtained as the last 20 years plus with my colleagues, actually much more than 70 from different institutions and universities in Russian Federation. It's my colleagues from the chemical department, they are my favorite, and geological department, and many others, Russian leading universities. And we are also collaborate with key scientists from 5 countries, from Sweden, from US, Italy, and others, actually Norway. And I will focus on major issues. So how changing permafrost, solving permafrost would contribute to the climate change, or how it would contribute to the ecological changes in the Northern Sea Route region. Actually, Northern Sea Route region includes Kara Sea, Laptev Sea, East Siberian Sea, and Russian part of the Chukchi Sea. Actually, from the Kara Gate to the Bering Strait. So this is the objective of our study for the last 20 years. So climate. Climate drives the water cycle. In our case, in the Arctic, it's Great Siberian rivers. They contribute. They're a major contributor to the fresh budget of the Arctic Ocean. And I will show you some interesting results, and just I keep going to continue some thoughts already presented by Anna. And water cycle. Water cycle drives the carbon cycle. Carbon cycle affects the climate. So imbalance in the carbon cycle, it's CO2 and methane release into the atmosphere, how it works. And we consider physical and biological pumping of carbon from solving permafrost in the Arctic land shelf system, and in between subsea permafrost and water column. In the beginning, so very briefly about my way to the Arctic. Actually, I was traditional oceanographer and chemical oceanographer. I worked in the world in all oceans. So, but in the late 80s, we got information from our NOAA, from our colleagues from NOAA, that planetary maximum on concentration of greenhouse gases, methane and CO2, is existing in the Arctic region. So it's Antarctic, it's Arctic. It's quite clear, right? So it's growing. It's growing. So we have a record from 96 until now. So it's growing, and the concentration of atmospheric methane of the Arctic region is roughly 8 10% higher than everywhere on our planet. It's very important to understand that. So IPCC, International Panel Climate Change, states that the main source of methane on our planet is anthropogenic. If so, mid-latitude of northern hemisphere, it's a major contributor to the atmospheric methane, right? But atmospheric maxima is existing as high latitudes, where no, actually very low anthropogenic activity, right? So when we compare it we compared ice cores from Vostok Station and Antarctica and Greenland, and we have found that this maximum, atmospheric maximum of methane and CO2 is a little bit, no, so it's actually 2-3% difference, but methane it's 8-10%. And we have found that a similar maximum above the North Pole was existed during previous warm epochs, geological epochs, as the last 4 climate cycles, as the last 420,000 years. Well, concentration were different, but maxima was existed in the Arctic before Anthropocene, before the time we are living. So many people call it Anthropocene. Is a geological stage when man-made activity, anthropogenic activity, plays a significant role. But it plays significant role, but we have to consider natural sources of methane and CO2, which could contribute much more than anthropogenic activity. So it's in contradiction with IPCC, International Panel Climate Change. But I will show you real data. IPCC, it's mostly about modeling. I will show you real data, and in the end of my presentation, we will discuss briefly how it would change our world in the future. I mean, in climate perspectives, because in the end of my report, I will show you that solving permafrost would contribute to the greenhouse effect much more strongly than anthropogenic effect. Why we focus on Siberian Arctic shelf? Because the broadest and shallowest shelf in the world ocean, and a huge amount of hydrate, so that methane, here, and more than 90% of subsea permafrost on our planet, and it's about 40 million square kilometers of permafrost. Anna already demonstrated you different types of permafrost. I just show you just one permafrost land, but of course it's different. Here it's mostly continuous, here discontinuous, and island permafrost. Is here it's very important for changing molecular structure of dissolved organic carbon, what Anna demonstrated in her report. So actually, Anna data, it's discovery. It's the first results ever obtained in the Arctic Ocean with focus on molecular composition of dissolved organic carbon. So, no, actually, it's very important that a permafrost, it's frozen ground. So if Arctic is warming, permafrost is thawing, right? hydrates. It's huge amount of shallow Arctic hydrate is located here. More than 80% of predicted shallow Arctic hydrate deposits is located here in the Siberian Arctic shelf. In the shelf, I already mentioned the broadest and shallowest shelf in the world. And rivers, again about rivers, so total contribution, the freshwater contribution from Port Lena, Yenisei, Irtysh, and Kolyma, it's about state of substance. It's well known extreme warming projection shown in this area. We call it Chukotka Peninsula, and this is East Siberian Arctic shelf, and supposed to be increased about 2 Celsius degree by the end of this century. But we already here, it's actual data. So the projection contradicts with real data. Much more work. So it's again about Paris and Kyoto Protocol, which is supposed to decrease anthropogenic emissions of gases by to save the world warming, keep it in 1.5. In that, we already overcame this situation is much is worse. Very briefly, on the demonstrated, I will show again, it's very important. Understanding of thermal. We put carbon in our plant. So, the thermoforce, storage thermoforce, 1,400 billion tons. Comparable substance. Coastal thermoforce ice pump. 1,400 kilogram, twice more than modern atmosphere. CO2 and method. And very important to understand that storing of onshore thermoforce is quite slow with gradual process. It's centimeters, sometimes tens of centimeters per summer sowing layer. Depth of summer sowing layer is increasing gradually, centimeters, not meters. And that causes involvement of mobilization of organic carbon, previously deployed from modern chemical site, and reverse. Now, they integrate the signal. Permafrost sowing in huge watersheds of Great Siberian River. 40 million kilometers, comparable with the total area. And this study Смотрите, territory, this study, consider the nearshore zone of the Arctic Ocean as accepted from the river. And comparing the potential contribution of onshore permafrost to climate in sense of organic carbon mobilization and oxidation to CO2 and production, modern production of methane from all organic carbon contributes to regional greenhouse cycle. But subsea permafrost is much more important, incomparably, because temperature of onshore permafrost, I mean, it's roughly, in high latitude, it's roughly -10. In Siberia, in Alaska, it's a little bit warm, -6, -7. But in Siberia, it's cold, -10. And but subsea permafrost is in transition. For water with no salt, it's still permafrost, but some salt. So then that means that this huge pool is ready to go. If you mobilize, still, yes, but definitely still one. This is why the climatic potential climatic role of subsea permafrost is #1 in our plan. Because of huge potential compared an atmosphere 5 because here 1,000 plus. That means that release of percents of decaying hydrate into the water column would increase colleague from Cambridge University, economic with the calculations. Gigaton grams would be released just a few percent from this potential. It could change our climate in scale of 10 years. 2, 3 Celsius degree plus, much more than people with anthropogenic effect in terms of Celsius. Much more. This is why scientific community to consider this factor as the #1 in your sciences in climate. It's a patent factor. I will show you real data between the base between quite strong struggle with IPCC people who declare that anthropogenic that is, they play not major, they play a solo role in the climate. I will show you a little bit different. Again, schematically, this is how it looks. Pumping of all carbon mobilization in the modern biochemical science. The rivet integrate in their huge water in certain cycles and bring both organic carbon and particle carbon into the oil. And another coastal erosion, our demonstration, 400 gigatons carbon is very fragile. In some place, ten liters of the ocean. At the last 5,000 years, Russia needs to get on. It's not easy. So I already mentioned, we consider rivers as integrated geochemical, biochemical accepted by the shelf, where they got signal and substance as integrated. So we use this approach as a last engineer. So the peripheral carbon cycle monocell, the peripheral carbon is going down and oxidized, partially oxidized to CO2, and other so next slide what is going on. And in climate sense, it's important crops and so I was told. So our current knowledge based on 20 years marine expedition is annual based. No clear annual based. So and the future for basically was good. And based on this huge exploration, so we can make some conclusions. I will show you some. I will present you some results. And we are working not only on offshore. We are working only along the Great Siberian River, the Lena River, Top River, the Irina, Termina, or the published couple papers, Nature Group journal regarding molecular complexity carbon in the Top River and new data, new papers are coming soon, exciting things. And so, when we do also drilling, we, in frame of our collaboration, so we have our drilling machine, drilling is located here. It's ready to drill now. We are planning. We are going to continue to drill. So, and so we drill down to 50, 60 meters. But we put a lot. Just one example. It's one truth. One truth. And Anna presented data things in the next truth. So this truth 78 to 19. And Anna presented the data 23 And so how it looks? So we are doing a complex study. In 50 million meters. And we do stations. Stations. So we put in some and we work with measurement. 200. So and in some areas we do micropolygon. Micropolygon in areas with strong stability, strong if you go with the complex biology, but you can control thing about people in same isotope in the 300, 400 they make it same that we publish. This is the first we it works for complex in collaboration with our colleagues for institutions. So 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 when it happens in some in this but so it's clear it's how it contributes to sedimentation. This have surprise for us, found that contribution of terrestrial eroded organic carbon to the surface sediment is up to 100% in the shallow. And so signal is decreasing towards the outer shell, because more marine organic carbon when they're going up. More marine. But in the shallow cell, it's roughly latitude Siberian Sea, it's mean depth centimeters. So this shallow area, it's roughly 40% erode. How it is another for the surface, right? But then we applied most of it. It's our colleagues from Netherlands, from Stockholm, Woodstock. Stable as of carbon for entering marine. So our new approach is actually similar result. So the main role of carbon in the cell part itself. So how important for communication? It is found that 20 kilograms of 20 million tons organic carbon annually settle down. Now, then, so this the carbon spread from us get means uh, to me, what of I'm going to show you the result, main result published in Nature Communication in 2020, published in collaboration with the Foreign Gustafson Group, with also Yannick Martens, postdoc in Foreign Gustafson Group, and he's now in Lamont Doggett. And Evgeny Romankovich is founder of the organic geochemistry of those real collaboration. And many others. So 20 wow. And this slide you can see how much this sampling size were used in our group. So it's used so doing our data, applying similar to same analysis, we created the first circumarket sediment carbon data set. Was part. It's developed. So everybody can get an access and load for the open data. And estimate the result. This is the new our group was the main competition in preparing the our the we, based on our data set in the end member, isotopic member molecule, we estimated types of cell surface soil, ice coastal complex, and you can see that the powerful signal of real. Now, no fish, naturally, is the main plastic experience huge can grow. And, some data came from US part of Canada, but most of land is blocked by nothing very extra. So based on these results, we mapped the climate. More, more estimate. Okay, for period. Only one area strongly impacted by erosion itself, the main it was quite kind of proof type of so on much because biological people you eight biological people got spending just when the temperature drop down to zero, all biological how to say ну, restrict soil in the northwest Siberia contribute to 1 gigaton of carbon CO2 during winter. One winter, which was comparable to that, with anthropogenic contribute to anthropogenic to contribute from entire winter. No, just one example. But now we focus on the growth. In my report, I focus on, and you can see through it, Lena River, up to this study was accomplished in the late 90s. It was the first data indicating all that CO2 and contribute to the change carbon. You can see that CO2 level increased background roughly late 90s, less than 400. And it's because of oxidation of the road and the purification, organized separation going down to the for training our six and the extended our staff. And we have found that the area strongly impacted by coastal erosion, triggering super saturated. So high production was transformed into very high production. But so this area, very cute, this area is introducing this chemical we demonstrated our day. The American part in the US part check really among the highest in the world. They extrapolated their results to the entire system. Say, indicated. Artificial is much more complex. But again, in huge amount of carbon dioxide. It's not enough data to extrapolate it, but for this region, yes, how much in this area stuff like this, so we if it find all data, sorry. Salinity, no, is water mineralization, actually. So, and it's a major conservative parameter which reflect a changing circulation of water masses. And we have found that the last 10 years, we call it heterotrophic area, which is a source of strong impact, which is a source, is increasing roughly to 116,000 square kilometers. So it means that the role of emission is increasing. About acidification, published in 2016, we have investigated contribution from river dynamics for oxidation of what I found. Well, we found that for this region, the saturation of CO2 roughly is exceeding for being down to 7.4.27.4. It's not easy to find that right water in the whole on the old particular areas, but here on the surface, we have started to work with biological people and study how taking into biodiversity, and no, it was not published, but initially it plays a role because no, it's affect negatively benthic macrobenthos, a community which is the main food for walruses. Walruses, their main trophy for polar bears. So it would affect the entire chain. but we need much more work. And I invite everybody here to join us and contribute because this is a work for for big team. Our team is big, but not big enough to answer all questions. So we have answers for some, but a lot of work needed to do it better. So, and acidification, one from initial conclusions from our study that acidification in the Siberian Arctic shelf exceeds acidification in terms of saturation aragonite, which was predicted for the end of the century. So I'm up. It's no, it's form. Observing it too bad, but we have a good communication. Yes, but, they produce many more contradict each other if you read in detail. Out more, it's among the main problems of modern science. I'm happy to share with you real data, yeah, or real data, then you can make your personal conclusions. Yeah. And one from interesting consequences, no, important, we believe, consequences that water from the Siberian Arctic shelf strongly impacted crystal organic carbon and CO2 from this carbon. Acidification signal, oceanographers call it a corrosive future of low pH. No. So this water goes to the North Pole. In this transects, we saw that entire with rivering signal, low pH signal, let's switch to, I believe, most interesting part. Most interesting part. No, degradation of permafrost. According to modeling, one in the best model. So let's suppose, suppose, before we started to work all together, so now this modeling was created by a group of Professor Romanovsky, Nikolai Romanovsky. We discussed many contradictions between the real things we obtained, of course, in our and this method substance. So it means that continuous substance permafrost means it's like a rock, no gas involved, so it's just a rock. Prevent any for the correct. So most of area super our work, so many studies performed by our Norway colleagues, but they work in Western, Russian. So I'm currently published with data people search this topic, and when we publish this map showing multi-year data set showing the highest so data obtained in different systems, including all architecture systems, and you can see real big. Yes, it's affects the atmosphere, and in this picture we show so and before storm, and we have found this hotspot of methane in 205, and we revisited this area for at annual base, and it's existing, and it related with strong pollution from the sea bottom, and but when we go after the storm, strong storm, several days storm, we didn't found what, but then we revisited this area in 3 days, in 2 days. It's again was because strong pollution. And opposite situation, another year, huge methane, similar concentrations. Before storm, nothing. Strong. And so, and how it affect atmosphere? No, that time background concentration was roughly 1.9 ppm. You can see that the signal in this area is up to 3 and 5. It was published in Nature Science. And on this map, they show no, not new data. It's almost 10 years ago, so now we know much more. But we mapped main sources of methane from bottom, published in proceedings of Royal Academy of Sciences. And I already mentioned in SIPs it could reach more than 100 grams per square meter per day, and in some areas, so it's less. Heterogeneity, it's 5 orders, from milligrams per square meter per day to 100 grams per square meter. So our hypothesis was published by National Science Foundation, the journals. So it's now a hypothesis based on real data, which so we explain this planetary maximum. I started my report. Current contradictions with the map. But we didn't find it's interesting. We didn't find subtle permafrost for really shallow shelf. That's, actually, the main result real data also permafrost stuff fulfilled by others. That means fine fraction of this potential hydrate is included release methane near 20 million barrels, but then you can use very likely. field and we have found that this different field. So we believe that several publications showing that the focus is quite control. And you also discover, I would say discover, gospel, methane. Methane from most of the physical things, they consider this one. Nobody Germany in Russia, meaning that it is, and we found and we suppose that this blank zone is ice, single-like structure going. When we revisit this area 3 years after, even the same operation, and we have found that this this so thirdly, we repeated the location of this gas from operated 1 year in 2011 and 1 year after. Many nice pictures. So and so when Gazprom approached for found another but using for So how it looks with iceberg, in the lake, many examples, many moving without. So with many other. I don't know what's happening. Maybe somebody. Ah, oh. Заканчивать, да? Ну yeah. In 10 minutes, Yeah. No problem, yeah. I'm going to finish, yeah. So, and so many examples of bubbling methane release and from pockmarks or craters, different size. Centimeter, 10 centimeter. And different examples, and what Anna mentioned about thermogenic origin of methane. Fluid. So, and this will increase in atmospheric temperature 0 times 16 ppm. Oh, the concentration of 10,000 ppm was practically small. In ignition, laterally. Ah, well-known amount. Great. Many of them were found. Theoretically, yes, but practically not. What? Because of, you can imagine, it's the area of the Siberian Arctic Shelf is roughly 2 million square kilometers. Storms, logistics, it's just impossible to collect. But another issue, it's no, actually India and Japan natural leaders now and study how to use natural hydrates for energetical use, and it's not a secret that many different estimations show that energetical equivalent of hydrates, natural hydrates, 90% of them on the shelf, actually, some on the land, and is roughly equal to no, more than 200 times than all convenient energetical sources, including oil, gas, and coal. 200 times. To use because of one volume of hydrates is roughly 150 volumes of gas. If you so it's stable temperature and pressure is thermodynamical, stable. But if you warm up or decrease pressure, from my experience, I think so. Sample hydrate, it should be, it's unstable, yeah, but you could sometimes but then it explodes. History of atmospheric composition changes, yeah. So ice cores is depth more than 200, roughly 200 meters. They contain all gas. Roughly, it's 10% volume gas in the beginning. It's not clear because huge bubbles. And then it's optically clear. This depth more than 200. I used to work with Vostok Sport, and 2 meters. It's clear, optically clear, because all gas became hydrate, and you can keep this piece of ice on hand sometimes for several minutes, and then poof. It's not easy. It's not easy, but it's possible. But I should know that first successful try was happened in Russia. This place called Mesayaha. Mesayaha. If you check in internet, Mesayaha, it was in 80s, late 80s. But then perestroika, economically, science was crushed. Then guy who discovered it is methane and did the first successful attempt. His name is Yuri Makagon. You can check. Yuri Makagon, he migrated to US and worked in the Texas. I met him in Texas. But Russia lost. But Russia. More questions? You mean missing plant? Not good. It's not good because you know in Russia in practice, but 49 United States, yeah. What is much of people from areas import for federal village registry. And in Russia, internet, so in TikTok, permafrost, so in marine, Ирина working на риске катастроф. Consider the permafrost is so, and the engineers need much more process. But definitely, I know that in Russia, place, many of them they're not found because but no, I think it's more negative. I don't see positive. Maybe on any stuff. More questions, guys? Okay, thank you.
So, dear colleagues, I do not know, do you hear me well? So, good afternoon. I'm a professor of the Moscow State University. So, I'm a head of the laboratory of ecological biocatalysis. So, from the Chamber of Enzymology and Chemical Enzymology. And so, today I will give you a lecture about the organophosphorus pesticides and possible solution by using different types of biocatalysts, the existing problems with these types of organophosphorus compounds. So, how does it work? Okay, I will try to go by this way because it is absolutely new equipment for me. So what is the reason of the discussion of the problem of organophosphorus compounds? Because probably you know that actually we need to fight for our agricultural crops everywhere in each country. And so we usually do it already for a long period of time by using the organophosphorus pesticides. And we consider all these compounds as protective agents, protective for human beings and for the animals against different insects, covering our agricultural crops with some troubles, and as well as we try to use herbicides, also organophosphorus compounds against weeds. And so by using enzymes and whole cell of microorganisms containing different type of enzymes, we try to overcome the presence of organophosphorus compounds in soil, in water, and further even in crops and in our body. And today I will give you information about different types of enzymes that can be applied in this direction. But probably you know that choline esterases widely used to detect the presence of such type of toxins in different samples coming from the environment. And the action of these choline esterases is based on the inhibition of these enzymes by the organophosphorus compounds. So when we have the detection of presence of these organophosphorus compounds through the interaction with the choline esterases enzymes from our nervous system, so actually we have the interaction of these compounds with biocapture or some kind of capture in a ratio 1:1, because there's all these compounds work like inhibitors for the enzymes. But I would like today to draw your attention to the enzymes which can hydrolyze, catalyze the hydrolysis or destruction of these compounds, completely reducing their toxicity. So what is the real problem? The problem is following. If you will compare the structure of chemical warfare agent, which should be destructed due to the International Chemical Convention. So if you will compare the structures of these compounds with the structures of widely used pesticides, you will see that actually we have same phosphoric center, in all cases. It means that the action of these pesticides should be similar to the action of these chemical warfare agents. And moreover, probably you do not know about that, but initially a lot of pesticides, which we use today in agriculture, not only in agriculture, but in domestic farming. So initially were produced as chemical warfare agents, but they were not so toxic to use like warfare agents. So because of they already were developed, so the people decided to use them like pesticides. Pesticides killing, first of all, insects through the action of on their nervous system. So that is a problem. Problem is neurotoxicity provoked by these compounds. Moreover, it appeared that most of these compounds possess the mutagenic and carcinogenic activity. And all these actions are provoked by the cumulative effect. It means that step by step, time to time, we can have the accumulation of these compounds in our body as well as animals. And so finally, we can have these results, not immediately, but by small amounts. And the penetration and appearance of these compounds in our body and the body of animals can be through the respiration, through the skin contact, and through the gastrointestinal tract, through the acceptance of foods and water. So, and the production of these compounds, you can see here. All countries all over the world, I mean, in Europe, in Russia, not far from Moscow, we all of us produce these pesticides to use for the treatment of different crops, industrial crops. And you can see that in many countries of Asia also all these compounds can be used for the treatment of cotton, tobacco, melons, fruits, all cereals, and lucerne in Europe for the production of biodiesel. All these crops are treated with these compounds. And the rejection of application of these pesticides as it was calculated can result in the 30% decrease in total agricultural crop. That is why we continue to use these compounds for a long period of time. And as a result of that, we can observe the presence of these compounds in different products coming from agriculture, or of course, not only in fruits and vegetables, but also in milk and meat and canned goods, honey, cigarettes, and cotton wear. And additionally, I would like to say that the pesticides can be added over different types of plants, not only during the period of growing and harvesting to store the crops, but even after the production of cotton wear, because of we need to organize the transportation of these biodegradable goods. And so we need in prevention of action of any insects on these biodegradable materials. So it also can be treated with such type of compounds. And it is necessary to wash after the buying of this wear each time, and do not put on yourself before that. And so you can see that the treatment of different plants can be organized by various methods, by hand, by some equipment, and so on. And of course, after that, we can observe the accumulation of these pesticides, first of all, in soil due to the presence of humic acids, humic compounds. You already know about that, everything. So first of all, I'd like to show you the results coming from my laboratory and laboratory of my colleagues. So the estimation of presence of pesticides in the soil and in the water and sediments in rivers, so and even in plants, you can see that in some cases we have leader like chlorpyrifos, which can be absorbed in water and sediment and soil and a little bit in plants. But the leader in accumulation in plants, so that is another organophosphorus pesticides such as dichlorphos. And if we will compare the maximum permissional concentration, you can see it here with this line, and compare the concentration of this compound in different type of crops, and the localization of this accumulation in different organs of these plants. So you will see that not only in roots, but also in stem and leaf, we can observe the increased concentration of these compounds as compared to others. And of course, you can see here that the production of these dichlorphos are in barrel. And why? Because we consider that this compound is non-toxic as compared to the inactivation of choline esterases. So that is the main idea. So the main fact that we have some contact with toxic compound means that we have some inhibition of choline esterases. So please put this idea into your mind. And if we will check the presence of dichlorphos not in plants, but in soil, so you can see here that, for example, the presence of such toxic, as we consider, compounds like diazinon and chlorpyrifos and phenyldirethiol, so actually they less than permissible, maximum permissible concentration. But if we will see the non-toxic compound like dichlorphos, we can observe the considerably increased concentration in soil. So that is, and moreover, then deeper we will go to the soil, in each time we will have not decrease, but increase in the concentration of these compounds. And that is very important because we need to think about that. The excess of these compounds deeper in the soil will provoke the appearance in the groundwater. So, and probably you do not know, but all agricultural animals are treated with the solutions of same compounds to prevent their contamination with some insects. And that is a photo coming from Australia, because Australia, probably you know, that is a producer of wool of high quality. But due to this picture of actually photo, you understand that animals can get these compounds not only through the feed or some plants using for their feeding, but also through such type of their treatment also. And altogether, the general accumulation we can get to our body with increased concentration. And probably you also know the information about the genetically modified soybean applied with the introduced glyphosate resistant gene. So glyphosate is also a organophosphorus compound widely used as herbicide fighting against the weeds. And the main role of this compound is to inhibit the synthesis of essential amino acids, aromatic amino acids like phenylalanine and tryptophan in plants, because we accept all these amino acids from the plants or other sources of food. So probably for us, it is not important. And many people all over the world consider that application of glyphosate, that is not a danger for some animal or people because of the use already synthesized amino acid by plants. Nevertheless, it appeared that a field test showed that many plants contain glyphosate residue up to 1 year after the soil was treated with it. So they fight the people the weeds. So, but it appeared that the use of glyphosate increased since the introduction of engineered genetically modified plants became resistant to it. So the way only one from this situation. So to solve the problem of toxicity and to remove the organophosphorus compounds from soil, from water, from any products around us, and probably even from our body. We have already some intoxication. I would like to say a few words again about the interaction of organophosphorus compounds with cholinesterase. Cholinesterase has some kind, not some kind, but real residue of serine in the active site of the enzyme. And the interaction of these compounds with this residue result in inhibition of cholinesterase. And by using the special antidote like pralidoxime or other oximes, it is possible to take this phosphor-containing residue from this active site, so to restore the activity of cholinesterase. And I would like to draw your attention to the structure of the obtained final product as a result of interaction of this residue coming from the cholinesterase active site and with the antidote. Please keep this structure in your mind for any need. But it appeared that we can restore the activity of these cholinesterases after their inhibition by the organophosphorus compounds, but not completely. We never will have same 100% activity after such reactivation. That is a problem. So we will certainly have some part of inhibited cholinesterases. And so that is a result of further development of neurodegenerative disease. And you should understand. So 2 years ago, I forced my colleague from my laboratory with the question. So we certainly know about the presence of such 4 very interesting and very famous and very important enzymes like decarboxylases. There are 4 enzymes, 1, 2, 3, 4, in our nervous systems. And all these enzymes are responsible for the conversion of amino acids, first of all, like I already mentioned, talking with you about the glyphosate, phenylalanine. So this is some product of the tryptophan transformation. So tyrosine also. And you can see that with amino acid, aromatic amino acid, decarboxylase, all these amino acids coming to our body can be transformed into the very important for us transmitters like serotonin, dopamine, tyramine, phenylalanine, and so on. So we name all of them biological amines. So they are very important to keep our nervous system and the functionality of nervous system. And all of these enzymes, it appears cofactor in the active site. So pyridoxal phosphate. Pyridoxal phosphate, that is also organophosphorus compound. And my question to my colleagues was following: is it possible to have organophosphorus compounds instead of this cofactor inside of these enzymes? And inhibition of action of these enzymes in our nervous system. So because of, we understand that in case we have some inhibition of these enzymes, first of all, we have accumulation of amino acids in our nervous system, and we have no appearance of enough concentrations of these neurotransmitters and neuromodulators in our brain. And the result of that, we can observe all these diseases like sclerosis, dementia, schizophrenia, Alzheimer, and Parkinson disease, and even autism. Autism in case of glyphosate. So, and I forced my colleagues to help me to conduct big investigation. So by using bioinformatic programs, so we published, you already understand that we published an article, and if it will be interesting for you, you can look through it, because I would like today to show you only one table like resume of the main results. So we conduct the investigation in silico, the presence, the possibility of entrance of these compounds into the active site of these enzymes. It appeared that yes, it is possible. In all these cases, you can see pluses. In all these cases, we can observe the entrance, of all these compounds into the active site and inhibition of these enzymes instead of pyridoxal phosphate. And here you can see novichoks. So they are usually named by these letters. And about novichoks, you know everything from the TV information and so on and so on. But it appeared that there are only 4 the most toxic compounds for these decarboxylases. Look here, Zaman, so VX coming from the United States, glyphosate, and malathion. As compared to glyphosate and malathion, we consider that they are absolutely non-toxic or very, very low toxic compounds as compared to the inhibition of cholinesterases. But in case of decarboxylases, it appeared that they work stronger as compared to the chemical warfare agents. What is the main idea? The main idea, we already published, of course, this paper, and the main idea was, so we need to add 2-choline esterases new biomarker for the checking the toxicity of some compounds, not only organophosphorus compounds, but many others. So, and that is very important idea, believe me, because it a little bit crushes the main approaches to the estimation of toxicity of various chemical compounds. And after a half of a year after our publication, I received information to my email from the comparative toxicogenic database from the biocurators. They informed me that they checked the information published by us in our investigation article. And it appeared that they confirmed the action of this chemical warfare agent and pesticide on decarboxylases. So they officially added this information now into this database. So that is important more. And I would like to say, because that was very important question, because of annually 5 million cases are registered, estimated number of pesticide poisoning, moreover, 300,000 cases confirmed as lethal outcomes. Probably you do not know how it is difficult to confirm that the reason of intoxication in death was certainly through the result of the action of some compound or some object or some other reason. So this is a confirmed cases, and we do not think about that because we consider that that is an old, and we have many other problems coming from our reality, and we start to think about it. But sometimes, like with decarboxylases, the old problem or problems can show us a little bit another view on them, and we should to discuss them again and again. So we need to destruct this compound. How to do that? First of all, we need to start from the soil because of initially we need to reduce the concentration of these compounds in the soil. And so we can conduct it through the biostimulation. For example, we can find out some microorganisms on the places which are treated by this or with these organophosphorus compounds and try to stimulate their development. But in many cases, it appeared that all of them have low catalytic activity. And it is impossible to accumulate high concentrations of the cells of these microorganisms in situ. And so probably we need another approach, like bioremediation. In this case, we can use enzymes, which we can produce natural enzymes isolated from these microorganisms, which we can produce and with some stabilization to introduce into. Of course, we need in low cost for the use of such enzymes in practice, but it depends on us on biotechnology and biochemicals. So also 2 years ago, I forced the members of my laboratory, like a stupid brain. So I forced my colleagues to find out the all enzyme which can be applied to destruct these compounds, for example, in any places where we can get them, their presence. And so we use bioinformation system. So my colleague presented this picture, handmade picture, as a graphical abstract for our review, and it was published. but that is a reality because of we analyze a lot of different sources, and that is only one example coming from our review. Actually, we analyzed 23 phylogenetic trees for different kinds of enzymes which can hypothetically hydrolyze the organophosphorus compounds. And you can see here the names of sources or living organisms where can get these enzymes. And moreover, we present even 15 chemical schemes of the mechanism of enzymatic reactions catalyzed by the certain enzymes destructing certain organophosphorus compounds. And you can see here in red only this. So some homologs to one of the enzyme which can be applied for the destruction of pesticides. Interesting, but it appeared that actually we have information now, and we collected about different types of enzymes. They are close to 30, more or less active. And interesting that the active, the structure of their active sites is close to each other. And in each case, we have like in square, you can see at in each picture. So in also in this square, the presence of two items of some metals, divalent metals. But the amino acid residues around the active site of each enzyme was different. And that is why we have different interactions of substrate, I mean organophosphorus compounds with these enzymes. And moreover, the entrance into the pocket with the active site also is different. In some cases, it is very narrow for the entrance of the substrate inside of the active site of enzyme. And so that is why we have low activity. And finally, it appeared, the idea is following. Finally, it appeared that most of these enzymes, I mean, very active in the action with organophosphorus compounds, are relatives to widely spread enzymes, which we know lactanases. Lactanases enzymes. So lactamases, you know, which you fight with beta-lactam antibiotics and so on. So lactanase enzymes naturally occur in different organisms, fighting with the foreign sensing molecules present in the bacterial cells. So that is some kind of modification of naturally widely spread enzymes. So they are linked. And the main attention we pay to the organophosphorus, sometimes we name it organophosphate hydrolase, OPH. We studied this enzyme carefully. We isolated it from the microorganism, isolated from the places actively treated with the pests. And today I will bring with me this book, my book with my co-authors coming from my laboratory. I also forced it to publish it in Russian. If it will be interesting, I will leave it my card here. So please, if it will be interesting to get this book, please write me, yes, please write me your wishes. No, that is for all information. Yes. Yes, because of I will have with you another lecture after tomorrow. And so I will bring several books with me if it will be interesting to some of you. Nevertheless, so we study this enzyme, and to make it cheaper, we decided to put small tag to N or C terminus of this enzyme for the simple purification of this enzyme and further application. But it appeared that the presence of this small amino acid tag changed the pH optimum of our enzyme. It was very interesting result because, you know, many people use same approach in the application of the enzyme for the laboratory use. And they never put the information about the use of this because of it is already encoded in the plasmid, commercial plasmids used by the people. So, but the action of the presence of these tags on F or C terminus change not only pH optimum of the enzyme, or can change the pH optimum of the enzyme action, but also the catalytic characteristic of the action of such modified enzymes in the reactions with different pesticides. So, and probably you know that is a catalytic efficiency of action. And you can see that we can increase in 100 times the efficiency of catalytic action of the enzyme, adding only a simple small tag. All this published, of course, and so I only would like to share with you this information. And to introduce the enzyme into the soil, it will be better, of course, we thought about that, to stabilize it and to keep surface or close to the surface of the treatment. And we decided to immobilize this enzyme cheap carriers. And you can see here that we use wheat straw. It looks like that. And the result is in red because we have got 100% of activity of this enzyme. But we try to compare this result with the results obtained with other carriers or supports for this enzyme. And even we compare the wheat straw as a carrier with rice straw, also good decision. And with different types of sawdust from oak, birch, and so on. The period that we have high enough activity of such modified enzymes. And in case of this wheat straw or rice straw, it appeared that we have the interaction of this enzyme with this support, with the carrier, through the absorption. And we have inclusion of the enzyme into the capillary porous structure of the carrier. And in parallel to that, we have adsorption of this enzyme on the surface of the carrier through the high bonds and through the hydrophobic interactions. And we have high stability of our enzyme with such type of immobilization. And here you can see the illustration of application of this wheat straw with immobilized enzyme capable of degradation of different types of pesticides directly in different types of soils. And of course, we use concentrations for the treatment with these immobilized enzymes in many times higher, which were in many times highest compared to those which are permissible and acceptable for the presence in the soil. And you can see, of course, dependently on the structure of the compound and the concentration, we have different duration of the final, different time duration necessary for the complete degradation of these compounds, but that was no more than 1 week. And that is very easy. If we are talking about the necessary application of the water treatment with the organophosphorus compounds, of course, we cannot use same solution. We need to immobilize the enzyme on some carrier which provide us high velocity of flow. In this case, we can treat some waters contaminated with organophosphorus compounds with such enzyme, and we use such enzyme. And of course, you can see here, we started our investigations from this example. So we start with the cryopolyiacrylamide gel. All of you know polyacrylamide gel, but we formed it by the very well-known procedure by cryo treatment. So and thawing. And after that, you can get another structure. It is possible to immobilize the enzyme directly on this surface of activated carrier, and after that, dry it, storage for very long period of time with very low of activity, and after that, make rehydration. But you can see here already non-laboratory reactor, so with the volume 50 liter. Of course, it is not possible to create, like in these syringes, such a sample of the column or carrier for the column with mobilized enzyme if you work with such volume of reactor. Sorry, and it is possible to cut these piece of this carrier into some tablets initially, and after that, try to build the general carrier inside of such reactor. We use this reactor and tried it for the enzymatic degradation of reaction mass containing residual concentrations of chemical warfare agents after the chemical destruction. Probably you know that all chemical warfare agents, I mean organophosphorus compounds, were destructive completely in 2019. And now we have only reaction masses with some residual concentrations of these compounds. And so it is possible with these enzymes and this approach to destruct all these residues. But by using the special programs coming from the bioinformation resources, it is possible to calculate, and this is probably information for you and someday you will use. You can calculate the localization of positive and negative groups coming from the different residues of amino acids on the surface of dimer of each enzyme, if you know its structure. And we also calculate that and understand that from one side, we have the entrance into the active site in blue. It means that we have negative localization of negative charge on these. But backside of same enzyme, you can see here the appearance some dots of red color. It means that we have localization positive charges. And it means if you would like to stabilize this enzyme, so without additional genetic modification, we can put some polymer which can interact with these positive charges on the backside and allow us from one side to stabilize this enzyme, and from other side, we will have the entrance for many substrates for the further catalytic reactions. So I briefly, thank you. So, and it appeared that it is possible to use different types of polymer and create nanoparticles. As compared to the initial enzyme, they're a little bit larger, but they continue to be of nanosize. These parts can be, introduced. Moreover, it appeared due to the calculations with the supercomputer of Lomonosov. Do you know we have such equipment in Moscow State? So it appeared that our imagination was broken with these calculations, because it appeared that in some cases we have the localization of these polymers not around, but directly on backside, as we predicted before, backside of our enzyme. But nevertheless, it appeared that we can use different polyanions, so polyamino acids, which can be destructive in each body and use a source of amino acids as stabilizers for our enzyme. And when we enter these nano-stabilized enzyme, it appeared that it can work like antidotes in our body to preventing the intoxication, mortality of animals, for example, with the intoxication with Paraxol, and you can see here the convulsion. So we can increase in many times the concentration of appearance of this toxicity resulting in the death. So the final conclusion, we can use enzymes to fight with organophosphorus compounds in soil, in water, in our body, also by using them as antidotes. So thank you for your attention. So please think about your questions, because now some other. So I can continue. Yes, because you can talk about think about your you can think about your questions, but I will continue my story about how it is possible with the enzyme to fight with such compounds. So it is possible not only to fight with the pesticides, that only it is possible to fight against the VX, so chemical warfare agents, with the introduction of these enzymes into the body of mice and rats. And before they're coming into the area with the presence of such compounds. And it is possible to do not only intravenous, like antidotes usually apply, but through the buccal surface. Do you know? This is the inner part of our house. So only with drops of these enzymes, and after that, we can have already some defense. And also several years ago, I forced my colleagues from laboratory. So we tried to answer the question, is it possible to use same enzyme fighting against novichokes? And we calculated and published our investigation in this journal. And it appeared, yes, this enzyme also can hydrolase novichok also. And so this is some kind of diagrams allowing us to understand the success of action of enzyme, because the entrance of each compound should be not only into the active site, but the angle of entrance also plays very important role. And it appeared, yes, we can. And after that, our paper was citated more than 25 times because of our colleagues from France, from Germany, from South Korea, from Australia, conducted experiments. We only calculate, but they conducted experiments with novichokes and similar enzymes to confirm the reality and possibility of their destruction directly in the soil. And so that was a surprise for us, but this is the other lecture. So, so it is possible to find, but it is not, sorry, and do you know something about the next lecture? Okay, I will continue to be with you. But in some cases, it is not necessary to isolate the enzymes from the cells. It is possible to use the cells directly for the decontamination or detoxification. For example, some samples of water, if we have low enough concentrations of these compounds. And we elaborated a year ago some artificial microbial consort, which we immobilized into the cryogel of polyvinyl alcohol. So cryogel, it means the gel formed under the sub-zero temperature. And due to the appearance of multiple hydrogen bonds between the molecules, polymer molecules of the same polymer which we use to construct this polymer without any special agents, addition of them. So we can obtain this cryogel because after the thawing, due to these multiple hydrogen bonds, we have strong enough structure of the granules. And it appeared that varying the ratio between Pseudomonas and Rhodococcus, both of them are widely okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. As soon as this basic legislation initiative was finished, in 2018, the national project Ecology and the federal project Clean Country was formed finally. So the duration of this project is 5 years from 2019 to 2024. It includes about 280 objects of accumulated environmental damage, including about 80 most dangerous ex-industrial objects, such as industry sites, ex-industry sites, wells area, contaminated area, and etc. And about 190 unauthorized dump municipal waste of in the body of the cities. So I would like to give you some numbers about this project. It covers about 60% of region for our country. 56 from 89 regions take a part on this project. And I would like to pay attention that 27 million people in our country living under negative impact of these objects. 27 millions. For the comparison, the population of Australia is the same, about 27 million people. So this is a really important problem for our country. And the solution of this problem is the target for our people, of course, and our government. As you could understand from my speech, National Project Ecology is newest and our first experience for us to solve ecological problem systematically. And after 4 years of implementation of this project, we see that we can improve legislation base. And I would like to tell you about 4 main directions of improving that we're going to proceed in nearest future. So first of them is the prioritization of environmental damage. It's for those region who have several projects of several objects of accumulated environmental damage. It's a big problem to choose which of them needed to implement it at first. So applying of only one criterion, like a level of only impact on public health, don't allow to rank this object, because each of object accumulated environmental damage is dangerous for life and environment and public health. So it's impossible. And we propose to use 11 various criteria beside cost level of impact, negative level of impact on public health. We propose to use different criteria, such as total amount of accumulated waste, toxicity of the waste, specific properties of location and territory, amount, volume of contaminated environmental components, and so on. So if we will use 11 criteria, it permit to make more reasonable choice and make a ranking of this type of. Second direction is financial source. In generally, in our country, environmental damage remediation and object of accumulated environmental damage don't have owner. Because they don't want to pay for remediation, and they use different tools, legislation tools, for example, bankruptcy, to avoid this liability. So the new edition of federal law oblige owner to development design of remediation on this site and fulfill it immediately after remove object from exploitation at their own expense. And this is one of the best way to find investor on this object, this type of object. Reasons of exclusion from the state registry. As I said earlier, there is only one in the current condition, only one reason to exclude object from state registry, and this is full completion of the project. But this makes a serious problem with a judgment of potential investors, because they want to resume economical activities on this territory of contaminated territory, but he should wait. He should wait when this object will exclude it from this state register. So increasing of reasons to exclude from this registry allows to make this type of object and contaminated territory attractive for investors and pass the following remediation liability to them. And last one direction is order of estimation for state examination. This is a specific problem because in the current legislation base, in Russia, we have two types of examination, state examination and state construction examination. Verify design documentation on those objects, which includes capital construction object, but not all object of accumulated environmental damage needs to build a new capital building. So in this situation and these types of project examined by low-level expert, and this makes a serious risk with future implementation of this project because of wrong assessment of cost of this approach. So to correct this situation, we propose to examine this type of design documentation for object without capital construction object by state ecological examination, including estimation for this project. So the next evolution step of development federal project Clean Country will be transformed to new federal project, which is called Spring Clean. This project will include about 2,800 objects of accumulated environmental damage, cover all regions of Russia, all 89 regions of Russia, and duration of this project will be 60 years from 2024 to 2030. Okay, so this is all that I want to tell you about this time, about legislation related to environmental damage. And okay, I'm ready to answer your question, or we could have a coffee break. Okay, thank you for your question. Because of my main direction of activity in ecological operator is a object remediation object of accumulated environmental damage. I think from my point of view, this topic and this problem is one of the most important for our country because we have vast number of such types of objects, 3,000, and of course, it's a very serious source of negative impact for public health, for environment, and as I said earlier, we environmental damage, it's a cross-border process, and if we don't reach our ecological goals on this project, or project ecology, I think it will be a serious risk, ecological risk for us and for other countries near the Russian Federation. So I think this is one of the main ecological challenges. Thank you for your question. No, the main influence such types of project for such types of project for people is the polluting of all components of environmental components such as soil, water, of course, air, and we know the people who lives near this type of object, for example, Usолье Sibirsk, it's very important to them that they want to clean water, like like you, I think, clean air, clean ground, green grass, and so on. But all what we could see is ex-industrial sites with the buildings, with the technology process, and so on. So it's a very important part of our life, of the people nearest cities. Okay, all projects in national project ecology founded by federal government. It's only federal government. Their development of design documentation is a liability of region government of. And the third question, so and the third question, what technology we use in different projects? It's liability of trust region, region site contract with the contractor, with the fulfillment, and they in another part, another topic, second topic, third topic, I will talk about project life cycle from design engineering point of view. This life cycle, from state government point of view, like operate. And then I will talk about design engineering point of view, and then you will see the main steps, including public consultation, development, and so on. So the national environmental operator is not an operator of this this national project. It's operated by many. Like, we like a contractor. We do the work. We develop design documentation, feeling. Вот это раз, 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 раз. let's continue. Okay, colleagues, we are going to our main part and main topic of our educational module. As I said earlier, it will our largest topic, and I've divided it in two subparts. At first, we'll talk about environmental project life cycle, and then I'll consider the most commonly used approaches and techniques, remediation techniques. And this part will be a practical part of our subpart, practical subpart of our topic. So if we talk about environmental project life cycle, we should know that every project, especially environmental project, has its own life cycle, and for environmental project, it includes 8 main steps or phases, and these 8 phases cover all main acts that we need to proceed during start of the project, when we just identified the environmental damage on the object, to the end of the project, when we confirm object safety for the environment and for the public health. So these 8 phases includes preliminary investigation, analysis of preliminary data, development of environmental remediation concept, comprehensive engineering research of the area, development of design documentation, state expert examination, fulfillment of environmental project, and implementation of environmental monitoring program. So let's look at this phase in more detail, and I'll describe most frequently used tools on each of them. The first step is preliminary investigation. This is one of the most important step of life cycle because it allows to describe all source of negative impact of the object, and allows the scale of environmental damage. So in this step, we could use 5 most frequently tools. Includes, of course, the first step is a field visit and visual inspection of the area. This is the most important first step, and it allows to make a first view on this object for following implementation of this project. Second is a collection of historical and background information. This is a valuable tool to get information about process of forming contaminated, about types of pollutants, and about dynamic of spreading pollutant on the area. Another tool is overview and assessment of previous site research. Of course, it's a very useful tool to get all information about climatical, geological, ecological, and topographical condition of this area. But we need to be careful with this type of information because if we use previous research older than, for example, 10 years, it will be a wrong information because of high speed of transformation of environmental component. Another tool is survey of local people and another informed people. This is the best way to get information about hidden source of negative impact which we couldn't identify during, for example, visual inspection. For example, it's an underground tank, information about past technological processes, or localization of waste disposal, and so on. So it's important to note that for some types of projects, for example, and especially ex-industrial sites, both technical audit and visual inspection are critically important to prevent potential risk of emergency situation. So the main goal of this step is the first step, accumulating all available information about the object and limited sampling of major environmental components, such as soil, subsoil, surface groundwater, air, sediment waste. So this is the first step. When we accumulated all information about object, it needed to be systematized. So the second step is systematization of information about object. And this step includes 4 main blocks, 4 main areas of information about objects. It's an existing scale of environmental damage, contaminated spreading pathways, need of emergency response activity, and level of negative environmental impact. These 4 directions is the full information about project, preliminary information that we could use on following steps and choose environmental remediation approaches. So the main goal of this step, of course, systematization. That's why all commonly used tools on this step, either all used data analyzing tools for quantitative or qualitative handling of information. Next step, development of environmental remediation concept. So this is second important, most important step of project lifecycle. And on this step, we develop concept for future remediation. And this document, this concept includes 2 blocks of information, technical and technological, and of course, economical information about existing condition on the area, current level of ecological impact, major pollutant migration pathways, estimation of each complex solution and comparison. This is a second block when we choose a different approaches, remediation approaches and techniques, complex of this remediation solution, comparing them for technical, technological, economical aspects, and then gets advice for future design documentation, and that's important for future environmental monitoring program. And the main step of the main aim of this step, the main goal of this step is development, comparing, and choosing reasonable environmental damage remediation approaches. So on this step, we could get assess of cost of remediation process, and we choose the most effective techniques that we could apply on the project. Another step is the comprehensive engineering research of the area. No, it's a standard step for all construction projects. And the main goal of this step is getting comprehensive information about existing condition of our object, about climatical, geological, about topographical and ecological condition, existing condition of the area. I would like to highlight that on this step, we develop different computer models which simulate existing condition on the territory, on the object, and we could use them to forecast changes environmental changes, environmental components during implementation process, during a different types of techniques, types of approaches. So it's a very useful tool to assess our future impact of implementation process on environment. I would like to clarify that the most commonly used computing models in environmental project is hydrogeological models. It's important because water, groundwater especially, is the main agent for migration pollutant from polluted area. The next step is development of design documentation. No, this is one of the standard steps for project, and during this step, we design documentation. We develop design documentation according to standard ecological and environmental standard of our country. After we develop design documentation, we conduct public consultation. This is important step of life cycle. And at the next topic, I will talk in more detail about consultation with public, consultation with stakeholders, and about importance of this type of communication and this part of the project. The main aim of public consultation is determining the relation of local people, local government to our project. Next step, it's fulfillment, of course. It's one of the most important step, and we could start fulfilling implementation of the project after state examination of design documentation. And in our country, we have, as I said earlier, two types of expertise: state construction expertise examined and state ecological expertise. State constructor expertise verify design documentation to meet requirements related to construction sphere. And state ecology expertise is verify design documentation to meet ecological requirement of our country. So I would like to pay attention that fulfilling it's not a last step of environmental project life cycle, and it's because of the main goal of environmental project. Because the main aim of this type of project is the achievement of ecological goals. We need to confirm that we're achieved. So for this purpose, we are implementing environmental monitoring. It's a long process. The duration of this process is about 3 or 5 years. And during this period, we get objective information about condition of environmental component and compare it with the forecast indexes which we are confirmed in our project. So if the difference between this block of information is not as significant, we could complete the project. And this is step number 8. Environmental monitoring is the last step of environmental project life cycle. So this was the first topic, and we are going to environmental damage remediation approaches and techniques. I would like to start with classification of this type of methods. It seems to me it would be useful for easiest understanding of all these methods and approaches, and all techniques and all approaches of remediation approaches could be divided into three main blocks. Depend on main property, type of intervention, nature of process, and effect of contaminants. So first block includes on-site in situ intervention that doesn't demand remove contaminant materials from the contaminated areas. On-site ex situ intervention, this type include remove contaminated material, treatment directly on the object, and then, if possible, reuse of for following process of remediation the site. And the second type of off-site ex situ intervention, this type includes remove contaminants material, transportation it to authorized treatment plants, and following utilization or handling there. Second block, nature of process, is including physical, chemical, and biological methods. Physical methods include solidification and stabilization, thermal treatments, and physical barriers. Chemical approaches includes reduction, oxidation, fixation, and extraction. And the last one, biological, includes bioremediation and phytoremediation. And the third type is the effect of contaminants, including two blocks, immobilization and transformation. So because of commonly we use first type of classification, I will continue during this type. And I would like to underline that we won't consider on-site ex situ intervention and off-site ex situ intervention methods to these methods because of two reasons. Firstly, this type of methods are usually with a high cost and high negative impact of the environment because of operation of removing contaminated materials and transportation. So we use it only when there is no another way. And the second, my colleagues during your educational program will tell you in more detail about ex situ technologies, utilization technologies, and neutralization technology. So I will tell you about on-site in situ technology as a cost-effective and from my point of view, the most usable technique for environmental remediation project. For our convenience, I will talk about these approaches by several groups of methods, which combines technologies with similar principle of acting. And the first one is the heating. This technology includes heating of contaminated material and transforming most important properties of contaminants. So like solubility, sorption, volatilization, and viscosity. So these methods are doesn't remove contaminant from environmental material, from from contaminated material, from contaminated area, but they are modified properties of contaminants and improving future effective of following methods and process. So heating groups includes 5 technologies. First of them, injection of steam in hot air. These methods include inject downstream to the polluted and surface hot steam and air. Under this influence, contaminant soil, for example, is heating, and convert target contaminants, organic contaminants such as volatile or semi-volatile contaminants, to vapor phase, and then we could extract them underground, and then treatment on the surface with different technologies. Electrical resistance heating is the second tool. It includes a similar principle as an injection of steam and hot air, but we create in this method we create resistance, current resistance, and the flow, and the influence and the effect of them we heating ground, we heating soil. So the next one is microwave heating. The principle of affecting this tool is similar, such as injection and electrical resistance, but we use microwave for heating and antenna applicators for microwave, which we insert into ground, into special wells. Thermal conductive is used both heat and vacuum influence on contaminated soil. So this is most effective technology from all these 5 techniques. And vitrification, it's high cost, but I think most effective methods because it allows to neutralize all contaminants, organic contaminants, and heavy metal inorganic contaminants. So as a result of these methods, we have chemical inert material like glass, and this tool, as I said, is most effective. So heating technology, among these 5 technology, injection, electrical resistance, and thermal conductive have a wide spread in geo-environmental projects, and vitrification and microwave need to be improved to have a widespread. Okay, the next one is physical barriers. This type of methods we use for localization contaminated area and for cleaning polluted groundwater. There are three types of these technologies. First of them, vertical impermeable barriers or cut-off walls. These tools are used in geo-environmental engineering and in construction project, and it includes to build a wall on the ground with impermeable materials such as geomembranic, such as slurry, such as clay, and so on. And the main aim of this tool is preventing spreading of contaminants. The next one is hydraulic barriers. It includes building of system of wells and extracting polluted water under the level of water table. And the last one is permeable reactive barrier. It's similar, a vertical, a cut-off wall, but instead of impermeable material, we use a special additive, special materials or sorbents, which conduct water and clean it by sorption process. So this method is valuable for cleaning polluted groundwater flow. Another one is isolation tools. There are 2 types of this technology: solidification and stabilization. This method we use when we need to reduce or eliminate mobility and toxicity, and it's including use special additives and special machinery for hazardous substance. So this method is prevent to contaminated in the area by reducing mobility activity. And capping, this is commonly used tools. It's include cover waste or cover contaminants material, for example, soil by horizontal layer, and isolate them from from groundwater, from surface water, and from atmospheric participation. And this is one of the cost-effective and cheap tools for in environmental remediation. So I would like to underline that this method, capping, usually used with cut-off walls when we need exclude directly contacts contaminated soil with surface water and groundwater. So when we need to isolate contaminated soil fully. The next one, extraction. This is includes three techniques: flushing, multi-phase extraction, and electrokinesis. And the main principle of it is extraction contaminant under the surface and then treated by another different types of process. Flushing use extraction of contaminants from the soil with water. We use two types of wells: pumping wells and extraction wells. And as usual, we use a special additives that enhance extraction of target contaminants from the groundwater, polluted groundwater. Multi-phase extraction is a valuable method, valuable tools, but it's a cost approach, and it's include extract soil vapor, groundwater, and liquid phase from ground, and it's used for this purpose. Use a special and expensive cost and vacuum pump. Electrokinesis, this technology based on application of continuous and constant current, and it includes two electrodes, cathode and anode, which insert underground, and they between these electrodes generates emigration of contaminants. Another one, injection, this opposite of extraction, and there is three methods: air sponging, soil vapor extraction, and bioventing. Air sponging includes injection of air, intensific injection of air into groundwater, and convert volatile contaminant from the water into vapor phase, and then extract them by the extraction well. Soil vapor extraction. This method, removal, the main aim of this method is removal of gas phases, volatiles from soil. And the last, bioventing, it's similar with air sponging, but intensivity of airflow is less. And the main aim of this method is identification, natural process, biodegradation of content. Oh, and the last group is bioremediation group, including phytoremediation, biostimulation, and biosorption. So phytoremediation, it's a tool which use natural capability of different plants, grasses, and trees to remove, destroy, or immobilize contaminants. Biostimulation, it's a similar process, but we use microorganisms for purpose of biodegradation. And there is two base approaches of this process. Biostimulation, when we use growth limiting nutrients, special additives to intensify activity of microorganisms. And the second one is bioaugmentation, when we add microorganism into the contaminated material. And biosorption is the last one. It's use a biosorption potential of such types of bacteria, and it's eliminate different contamination. So, at the end, I would like to tell about emerging technology, some emerging technology. four direction of further development of remediation approaches. It's a microbial fuel cell that use microbials capability of such microbials to convert chemical energy to electrical energy, and we can use it to utilize organic and inorganic contaminants. Transgenic plants and microbes included genetically modified microorganisms or plants to increase them activity and biodegradation process. Nanoremediation is based on applying nanomaterials with size from 1 to 100 nanometers, and which initiate catalysis and chemical modification of contaminants. And the microbial consortia is the approach which includes development of microbial consortia with different types of microbes, which are effective on different types of target contaminants. Also, that's all. And that's all. We could have a short break, or I could continue. This is our last topic, the role of stakeholders. Short break, 5 minutes. Okay. Okay, colleagues. Let's continue. It will be our last topic and more easily topic for understanding, I think. And we'll talk about the role of stakeholder consultation in large-scale environmental projects. A little bit later, I will talk why. I will talk about main difference between large-scale project and middle or small-scale projects. And I would like to begin with a reminder who stakeholders are. In related to environmental project, stakeholders are any organization or any person who is interested in the result of the project and who could influence on the result. So in general, in a large scale environmental project, there are a vast number of stakeholders, such as media, local people, local government, agencies, and many other involved parties. So to manage this difficult and complex system, we use stakeholder map template or stakeholder matrix. This approach consider all stakeholder in two measurements: level of interest and level of influence on the project or power stakeholder. So the stakeholder with highest level of interest and more powerful are main aim for following management, and its requires related to the project must be satisfied. From another hand, stakeholders with lowest level of interest but with high level of influence on the project could be a source of potential future risk if we don't meet their requirement. And this type of stakeholder, this group of stakeholders needed special attention in the project, and their requirements must be satisfied too. So there are three main differences between large-scale projects and small and middle-scale projects. First of them is constantly viewed by all kinds of local parties. That means that, as a rule, a large-scale project is a stress point for a region where it's located, and it could be a trigger for the public unrest. Moreover, commonly, this type of project uses as a tool of political impact in the election process, or like an item for public activity, another different political powers. So this type of project are always under constant view, different kinds of local parties, and it could become a problem both for region and state government. And that's why this type of project controlled by all government agencies, including law enforcement agencies. Second difference is a high cost on environmental remediation. As usual, accumulated environmental damage are formed during a long time period, and the scale of environmental damage and the amount of contaminated environmental components are huge. So if we try to consider this type of project like an investment project, it couldn't be attractive because of its expensive. And besides of future and potential advantages of the site, for example, engineering, infrastructure, or transport support. And the third, and I think the main difference is the consumer project result. For environmental projects, especially for large-scale environmental project, the main and the single consumer is people. But not only local people near this object, and even no people in our country, but all people on the planet, because environmental damage and environmental impact is a cross-border process with high-focused consequences. So from my point of view, this type of project, a large-scale environmental project, is a liability of the state. So avoiding communication with stakeholders in large-scale project is mean that we have a future risk for its implementation, because the cost of failure increases during implementation process. And I would like to give you some example from a real project. When we designed a concept for one of our projects, at the beginning of it, we organized a roundtable discussion with a different type of ecological organization, and one of participants proposed, paid our attention and proposed that to add one additional monitoring well for better understanding background environmental indexes. We didn't do that because we have a preliminary information of computer modeling process, and it showed us that this additional well was excessive. And but although all we need to do is make one additional point on the map, and that's all. And the cost of this solution was actually a cost of 1 hour work of our specialist. But we didn't do that. And later, when we designed documentation, develop design documentation, and conduct public consultation, this question was a point of hot discussion with the local people and the local government, because they think that we are trying to fool it. And besides objective information of computer modeling, we were forced to add these additional wells, but the cost of this solution was much more expensive than if we did it in the previous step of project lifecycle. So it was a good experience for us, and it shows us the importance of consultation with stakeholders from the first step and from the beginning of large-scale project. Okay, I would like to continue. If we put all our stakeholders into the map, we get 4 groups of it for following interaction process that we can call government, stakeholders, society, scientific organization, and businesses. As usual, we face with strongest resistance from stakeholders at the beginning of the process, on the first steps in life cycle. And the main reason for this is a basic assumption that contractor, that we and contractor, our company, wants to fool all around, and all we tell and all we do is trying to take money and do nothing. And that's why the most effective approach, most effective tool, again, this position, is openness. Yeah, that sounds like a obvious thing, but not everyone do that. Why? Because it takes a lot of resources and a lot of time. It's not a secret that building a process of long and positive and strong relationships with stakeholders is a hard process, and usually irrational process, which requires a lot of patience. But as I said earlier, in large-scale environmental projects, we have only one consumer of our result, people and society. And in this, especially in this project, we must have strong, positive relationships with all stakeholders. Okay, in our project, we provide special attention from this of this part of project. Relationship with stakeholders, one of the main aim of our project, and commonly we use 8 approaches, 8 tools for building relationships, and the main effective type of communication is consultation, because only this type allows to involve all stakeholders in a discussion process, and it allows to listening all participants of this process. So this is 8 approaches, 8 types of communication that were used in our project. First of them, working group. It's one of the best tools for communication with government stakeholders, and it's include creation of working group with members from agencies, line ministries, administration, and the level of this working group could be different, and it's depend on status and level of ministry, status of members, and we could involve different types of participants. So the main aim of this work group is at regular work group meetings, sharing actual information about the project, and that's all. Center of competence, another one tools. It's a variable tool for communication with all level of businesses, and it includes create a center of competence with members from a business fair, businessmen, local suppliers, and they could discuss about market part of the project and find a way of communication with a different part of the project. Scientific and technical councils, it's a way to communicate with scientific organization. Our company have its own scientific and technical councils, but our specialists take a part in different external scientific and technical councils, and this tool allows to discuss about project solution, about technology, about techniques, and other part of project, and building relationships with a scientist, with a scientific organization, with scientific research organization, and so on. Roundtable discussion, it's my favorite type of communication, and from my point of view, it's most efficient type of communication. In this discussion, roundtable discussion, we involve all members, all types of stakeholders that are interested in the result of the project, and this may be some scientists, people, press, and so on. So the main aim of this discussion is sharing information, sharing relevant information about project, and try to get information which needed specific attention in the project. Another one, technical tools to the object. It's one of the best way to avoid manipulation with information about operation on the object. And this tool include visit the site, visit the object, and it allowed to show the real situation on the object and solve remediation activity on this site. Reporting meeting, we use it regularly. We try to hold this meeting once in 3 years in all our projects, and there are two main goals of this instrument. First, sharing actual information. It's one of the main tasks, and second, give information and results about environmental monitoring, because environmental monitoring data is one of the most attractive information for further manipulation, and it's one of the best tool to share relevant and true information about safety, environmental safety, object and operation. Social activities. This instrument allows to building strong and long-term positive relationships with local community and local government. Our company, Rosatom, and environmental operator develop different types and different direction of social activities in region where we operate. And for example, we have one of our project, Mendeleev classes. It's a joint project with one of our scientific partners. And the main aim of this project is popularization of technical science among school, child school. And I think it's effective tools for building relationships. And the last one is examination. It's a second tool for communication with scientific organization, and this tool based on examination different part, different side of the project. It's maybe it's a single project solution, technologies, technique solution, and so on. But in some projects, when we use unique techniques, when we use unique solution, we attract the Russian Academy of Science, and in some project we make a complex R&D with them. So this tool allows to get a positive view of our project from scientific organization. Thank you for your attention. That's all.